Hello?
Ma'am, can you identify yourself under 4379? Or it's actually 8379.
Kendra McCool.
No, not Burns, sorry.
You're here for your 9 o'clock, Ms. McCool?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
All right. Stand by, you're in the right place. We'll call your case in just a second. The entire courtroom can hear you, so you probably want to mute.
Okay, yes, I will.
They might just be clear that.
How are you, Mr. Staples?
Good, how are you? Your Honor?
Pretty good. Where are we starting today?
We can take care of Mr. Brooks. That should be quick.
Okay. So we're on the record in docket.
Okay.
24 L290771. That is the City of Lansing versus Adonis Brooks. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Staples?
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Adonis Brooks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a formal hearing today. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Brooks would like to accept an offer made by the city to an amended charge of impeding traffic.
And that's a civil infraction.
It is 0 points non-abstracting.
Added count 4. Impeding. What's the fine on that?
That would be the 135, I believe it is now.
All right, and with a plea to count 4, a plea of responsibility to count 4, counts 1, 2, and 3 would be dismissed. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Brooks, that's your understanding of the plea offer. It's a plea to the civil infraction of impeding traffic that comes with a $135 fine, and counts 1 through 3 would be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor, I've accepted the offer of the prosecutor, the assistant prosecutor.
All right, so Mr. Brooks, I'm gonna have you admit responsibility to the count 4. This is for ticket on L290774. This is at a conduct which occurred on October 29, 2024, South Washington Hope and Mount on the City of Lansing, Ingham County. At that time, were you driving a motor vehicle open to the general public?
Yes.
And at that time, do you accept responsibility for impeding traffic?
I guess so. I have no choice.
All right, pursuant to the plea agreement. Okay. All right. I will assess a $135 fine. I will dismiss counts 1 through 3. Counts 1 through 3. Dismiss. And then, Mr. Brooks, do you need some time to make that payment of $135 to the City of Lansing?
Sure.
How long do you need?
As long as I can get it.
Okay. We'll do 30 days. So 30 days to the City of Lansing. For $135. And I think that would fall, let's see, this is February 24th. Let's do it March 24th. That's Monday, March 24th. That can be paid online, in person, or on the phone, or at the counter. Anything else for the record in docket 24 L290771, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions of me?
No.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Which case are we calling next, Mr. Staples?
I'll defer to our public defenders,
All
Your
right.
Honor, wherever they're ready.
Mr. Lee or Mr. Harris? Harris, I should say.
Winters.
Winters, Terry Winters. All right, so we're on the record in docket 03-24-03-165. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Terry Winters. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee,
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Terry Winters.
and sir, you are Terry Winters, is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
I will defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee,
Your Honor, Mr. Winters at this time is going to execute a deferred sentencing offer from the city attorney, whereby he will plead guilty to the charge. He asked for a deferred sentencing date after July 4th, which should give him an opportunity to get his license. He may well be able to have it long before that. It's just that his restriction doesn't end until June. So we wanted to bring the court a fully functional license if possible.
is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples? It'll be a plead guilty and then there'll be a deferred sentence to what's the date on that?
Sometime after July 4, Your Honor.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Staples.
It is, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So with that understanding, this would be a plea to the charge of no ops and then deferred sentencing after July 4th. Is that correct, Mr. Lee?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. May I inquire of Mr. Winters of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, you understand, Mr. Winters, that you have the following misdemeanor rights in this misdemeanor case. You're charged with driving while licensed not valid or improper license, which is a 90-day misdemeanor and or $300.
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. I'm not sure about the fine. I think it's a 90-day though.
Yes, sir.
So you have the following rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the driving while licensed not valid or improper license with a deferred sentence. Is it your intent today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And have you raised your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention, sir, back to October 11th, 2024 at Pennsylvania Avenue at or near East Miller Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving or operating a motor vehicle on South Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing on October 11th, 2024?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And at that time, were you aware that you did not have a valid license or an improper license when you were driving?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right. I find the factual basis for no ops, what's typically seen as called no ops, or driving while licensed not valid or improper license, to be knowing voluntarily and accurately made. And then we will defer sentencing under this matter at the request of part of the plea agreement passed, and we should probably get a Monday after July 4th. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, July 14th.
Perfect. So we'll set the deferred sentencing for July 14th at 1:30. What do you say?
Sorry, was you listening?
Is that 1:30?
I get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor, is it possible to get an earlier time than 1:30?
So I get out at 7.
You get out at 7 p.m.
No, 7 a.m.
All right.
And I live in Jackson right now, so
me, so it'd be easier if I just,
If you came right here,
yeah, from work, because I work at Writers.
we can do 8:30.
Yes, man. Yes, sir. Thank you.
That, I think that would make it easier just for you to come here and then, rather than have the 5-hour wait.
Yeah, yes, sir. 'Cause that's basically why I just did. I just sat in the lobby for an hour.
All right. All right, so we'll set it for July 14th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 2403-165, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing.
All right, we'll see you on July 14th at 8:30 for the deferred sentence. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
There's an Ashley.
JBS must be their abilities self to apply the intent, the intent to ensure that people in the community know that exactly.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01173 and 24-01940. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Robert Burns II. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Robert Burns II.
And sir, you are Robert Burns II, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a deferred sentence I have that it was previously that we adjourned and delayed the sentence for 45 days. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
I will defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today was the day set for deferred sentencing. Mr. Burns comes to court reporting that he has got all his fines and costs paid off. He has not yet had a chance to go to the Secretary of State and get his license renewed. Reports that he does have an appointment today after court to go there. He's been working full-time, 60 hours a week, Monday through Saturday. So he's turning the corner. A lot of things are going well, but needs an extension, Your Honor. Probably just a 2-week extension to be able to get things squared away with the Secretary of State.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Staples?
It is, Your Honor. I would say, though, given how things go with the Secretary of State, 30 to 45 days is probably better.
More realistic?
Better to be safe, Your Honor, just so that we don't have to come back and do this again.
Let's do a 30-day adjournment. I'll grant a 30-day adjournment so you can get everything caught up. We're doing this because I know that it takes some time. But I'll grant a 30-day adjournment for the delayed sentence since and that
31st.
and
There's no way.
part of that is because everything else has been paid up. So this is the end of. And what's that date again?
March 31st at 9.
At 9.
Yes.
So we'll set this for March 31st at 9 a.m. And that should give you some time to get things in order. Make sure Mr. Lee has everything or bring it with you so that he can show Mr. Staples or you can forward anything up for Mr. Staples, all right? All right, so March 31st at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24-01173 or 24-01940, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
You're all set, Mr. Burns. Thank you for your appearance today. And Mr. Harris, did you need to meet with anybody? I see you're online.
I am ready on Poole, Morris, and Simpson, Your Honor.
Okay, that's McCool,
Yeah.
Morris, and Simpsons. All right, let's Let's go on. Is that McCool?
Yes, we are also ready on Bynum, Your Honor. We
All
can
right.
start with that one.
Let's go on Ashley Bynum. Right, Ms. Bynum, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 2402-740. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Ashley Bynum. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Bynum, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Ashley Bynum, is that correct?
Yes,
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Bynum?
yes, I can. Sorry, I'm a little sick,
All
so
right.
my voice is gone.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bynum. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Ms. Bynum will be pleading to an amended charge of driving while impaired.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
This is on a ticket. This is a operating while intoxicated, and it'll be an operating while impaired count 2. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that a 90-day also, 90 days and/or 300?
I believe it is 90 days. I'm sure it is 90 days, Your Honor. Let me
Not sure
check.
what
I
the-
believe it's 9,500.
I just want to make sure I get the rest of the restitution right. Or the fine right.
CI does not want to open up today.
Mr. Harris, do you know if what the impaired?
I am trying to look into it right now myself, Your Honor.
It's less than the intoxicated, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I believe I'm seeing here 9,300 at its first offense.
Okay. So what's the fine?
I'm seeing here 9,300, Your Honor.
9,300?
No, 90 days and or 300.
Or 300.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
that's
yeah.
what I thought. 9,300 seems like a lot. Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right, so that's an added count to operating while impaired. Mr. Harris, may I inquire of your client of their advice and rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you understand you have the right to a trial today, and I'll walk concerning this misdemeanor plea, and I'll walk you through those rights. All right, ma'am?
Yes,
You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by James Harris from the Public Defender's Office. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan, the people of the city of Lansing. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you please accept it, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, but threats it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading to the operating while impaired instead. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the operating while impaired?
yes,
Okay, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
yes,
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention, ma'am, back to September 8th of 2024 at the offense location of Douglas Avenue, Benjamin Drive in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle open to the general public on on September 8th, 2024, on Douglas Avenue and Benjamin Drive in the city of Lansing, Ingham County.
Yes.
And at that time, did you learn that you had a blood alcohol level of over 0.08?
Yes.
Anything towards it, and that's why you were operating. That's why you were operating the vehicle, and that substantially materially affected the way in which you drive.
I actually wasn't driving my vehicle. I was parked, waiting on my son to come get me.
Okay. I have you parked at a stop sign.
Yes, it was the house that I was at was right there at that stop sign.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made pursuant to the operating while impaired. Now, I'm assuming we're referring this to probation.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll refer to probation. All right, we'll refer to probation. So you should go to the probation department within 48 hours of today. So by Wednesday the 26th by 4.
Your Honor, I was told there was no probation.
Ma'am, I think you want probation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's something that you're interested in is probation, because I don't think you want me just to sentence you, because probation is a different form of sentencing. And then yeah, so I think that's something you want. You want them to look at you as a candidate for probation.
What? Okay. Would that still include the points on my license?
What's that?
Would that still include points on my license?
Absolutely. There'll be an abstract on your license for the operating while impaired.
Okay, and then also one more question. For the 90 days, are my license restricted or are they suspended?
It's restricted, I believe, under an impaired.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think it's the automatic suspension. I think it is restricted.
Okay.
Under the impaired.
180 or 90 days of restriction.
Yeah, it'll be 90 days of restrictions. I'd wait till you get your sentencing date, and those are good questions to ask.
Okay.
All right. All right. So you should be referred to probation by Wednesday, the 26th by 4 o'clock. And then we'll set your sentencing date for
April 21st at 1:30.
April 21st at 1:30. Yes, I think we have to have one.
Your Honor, I
Yeah,
believe there's
She's
already
already
assessment.
completed one, so
All
she'll
right.
just need to provide that to probation.
All right. Make sure that you provide any substance abuse assessment that already has been done to a probation. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right. And you should report to probation by Wednesday. Or at least set up the appointment. What they're going to do is they're going to do a report for me, and then we'll know what options are available to us on April 21st. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2402740, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll see you on April 21st at 1:30. Thank you for your appearance today, Ms. Bynum.
Thank you. That's bullshit.
All right, Mr. McCool, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 20 G4199402. That is the City of Lansing versus Kendra McCool. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. McCool, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Kendra McCool, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. McCool?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial. the City of Lansing pretrial on the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
Your Honor, it's my understanding Ms. McCool will be pleading guilty as charged with an agreement to a deferred sentencing date.
Oh, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. For the deferred sentencing date, we'd be requesting about 90 days out.
Right, I have the plea to the charge would be for the expired driver's license. I also have a disobey a traffic signal. Would she be pleading to both?
I only have the expired on the docket. I think the other may have already defaulted.
All right,
Your Honor.
okay, thank you. All right, so on the misdemeanor charge, that is the ultimate penalty would be 90 days and or $100.
175, it looks like.
90 days and or 175. Thank you. So that's your understanding of Mr. Harris, and may I inquire of your client of their waiver of the misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McCool, do you have any way of on your cell phone? Because I can't see her way. I can't see her at all.
Yeah, if she's on phone, then
Yeah.
you'd have to try rejoining on another device, Your Honor.
Ms. McCool, do you have another device you can join us on? I need to be able to see you.
I do not, but I did the whole Zoom thing. I thought I was gonna be able to see you guys. I did the number that they gave me.
Yeah, that I think you can on your cell phone. I just don't know how. I don't know if
wait,
that
let
cell
me see,
phone
let me
has.
see.
Can you is there video on your cell phone? Can you show?
There is, but yeah, there is, but it is. Let me see if I can get my tablet going. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me check it out. Well, I'm gonna let you know, Your Honor, I'm not dressed for court because I just have an old sweatshirt on.
It might be a better thing. Should we set this for a plea?
Be fine, Your
We
Honor.
can set this for a plea.
Yeah, I mean that might be the way to go here, and then do this live since we've already got everything all worked up. Ms. McCool, I think we're gonna set this for plea because it is a 90-day misdemeanor, and so I want to make sure and walk you through your rights and have you sworn in. So I think we'll set this for plea. That'll be live.
So that'll be on the video Zoom, correct?
No, that'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall, Lansing.
Is it not there?
Okay, I was just worried because I'm just getting over being really sick with that virus that's going around. So I just want to let you know. I told my attorney about it. I've been really sick.
Ms. McCool, I don't understand anything you're saying.
Yeah, she was
I'm
indicating
sorry.
that she
I
was
said
via Zoom today because she was feeling a bit ill, Your Honor.
All right. Well, then let's
No.
definitely we'll definitely adjourn this. But how far are we looking at? A couple weeks?
I think that'd be
Yeah,
fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Whatever the court has available.
So let's adjourn for plea. Okay, March 17th at 9:30. So Ms. McCool, we'll set this for live in person on March 17th at 9:30. And you should get sent a notice to the Simpkin address. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
no,
Is that a
sir.
yes? Is that a yes?
No.
No? All
No.
right. And how about is the Linville address still good for you?
Correct.
So that's the updated address we have is on Linville.
Yes.
Okay, that'll have the final, that'll have the live notice sent to you. We'll set this for plea on March 17th at 9:30, and that'll be live in person. All right, Ms. McCool?
Okay, thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right, anything else for the record in docket 2022419940 Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. McCool, you're all set. We'll see you live in person on March 17th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Morris.
Four.
Morris.
Okay. Sure.
Is that, so did you want to call Morris?
Yes, we are ready on Morris.
Yeah, and I received some information, probably the same information that you've received.
Judge, it was a different one.
It's a different
Yeah.
Morris?
Yes.
All right, all
yes, I
right,
believe that was Richard Roderick Morris, not
Okay.
Richard J. Morris.
all right, Mr. Morris, you can come up here.
Sorry, I meant to tell you when I. I just found.
That
it
helped,
this
that helps quite a bit.
Yeah.
And Mr. Morris is much happier that he's not the subject of that. All right, so we're on the record in 24-03-037. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Richard J. Morris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Morris, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Richard J. Morris, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I will defer to Mr. Harris, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Morris was advised of the offer, which was a breach of the peace civil infraction. He was advised he does not wish to accept that offer and wishes to have this set for jury trial.
So this is a pretrial. So set for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial set for. I don't know what we have available.
Yeah, March 17th for final.
Okay, March 17th, 2025 at
8:30.
8:30 for final pretrial.
You can do March 31st for jury.
Thank you. And March 31st at 8 o'clock for jury trial. All right, so we've reset this up for final pretrial on March 17th at 8:30 and jury trial for March 31st at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24-03-037, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Morris, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
I'll get Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris? I'll get you notes today. Mr. Morris.
And then is it an Ashley Simpson?
Yes, we are ready to go on Simpson. You're done, sir.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03-183 and the accompanying ticket of 24L2883181. That is the city of Lansing versus Ashley Simpson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Simpson, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Ashley Simpson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial on and then addressing the accompanying ticket. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
It is my understanding, Your Honor, that Ms. Simpson will be pleading guilty to the no ops charge with an agreement to a deferred sentence, and then the city would be dismissing the expired plates.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harris, may I inquire of your client of the plea to the no ops on file 24-03-183?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. No ops is I believe that's a 90-day under $300, or did we just have this conversation?
No, let me
Or
make
one- is
sure
that-
it's actually no ops, Your Honor,
Okay.
'cause that's the
Let me see what they,
court schedule is for failure to display.
yeah, I have, it's driving while licensed, the not valid or
Yep.
proper
So
license.
this is 301, so this would be 90 and or 300, I believe. Your Honor.
Okay. $8. All right, so Ms. Simpson, my understanding is that you'll be pleading guilty to the driving with an improper license or invalid license. And then we will defer the sentence, and along with dismissing the expired plates ticket as a part of this resolution. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, you have certain rights in this. This is a misdemeanor, punishable by 90 days and or $300. You have certain rights in this matter. I'm going to walk you through those rights. All right, ma'am? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Public Defender James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. You have the right to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to testify at trial, and if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record. With threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty, you'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading to the drove while license not valid or improper license misdemeanor instead. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the drive while license not valid or improper license?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Bring your attention back, ma'am, to October 14th, 2024 at Pennsylvania Avenue at or near Prospect Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle open to the general public on October 14th, 2024 on South Pennsylvania Avenue at or near Prospect in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes.
And at that time, did you know as you were driving at in an area open to the general public that your license was not valid or that you had an improper license?
Yes.
Okay. Which one of it was? Which one was it?
Drive without having a license.
Okay. All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made in regards to the factual basis. And then we will, do we have a time period that we're looking at for deferred sentence, Mr. Staples or Mr. Harris?
I believe 90 days, Your Honor.
Yes, you'd be requesting about 90 days, Your Honor.
So the deferred sentence date of
June 6th.
June 6th. I've got June 6th at 9 a.m.
Or June 9, I'm sorry.
It's okay. June 6th is a Friday, right?
Yeah.
Okay. June 9th at 9 a.m. Please provide any paperwork for the deferred sentence to Mr. Harris, and he can provide it to the city attorney for that June 9th date. All right, ma'am?
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2403183, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you should be all set. We'll see you on June 9th. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lee, did you need to speak with anybody or?
We're prepared to proceed on.
Okay. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403109. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Alatini Thompson. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Alatini Thompson.
And sir, you are Alatini Thompson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding? Or do you like to defer?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. In working with the city attorney in regard to plea negotiations, we asked Mr. Thompson to complete an assessment. He did so at Cristo Rey. We just have not received the assessment yet. We're asking the court to set this for a final pretrial to give us time to get the assessment, review it, and complete negotiations.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
March 31st for final pretrial.
All right. So we'll do March 31st at
8:30.
8:30 for final pretrial, and we're getting to get the report from Cristo Ray.
And then jury would be April 21st.
Since we're waiting for the assessment from Cristo Ray, let's hold off on the jury trial, okay? Because we set the jury trial on April 21st, but since we're waiting for the assessment, we'll hold off on that. All right, so we've set this for final pretrial on March 31st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 2403-109, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thompson, we'll see you here on March 31st at 8:30, all right, sir? Thank you. There's a Mr. Le- Two and 24L29033321. That is the City of Lansing versus Ronald Anthony Hurd Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ronald Hurd.
And sir, you are Ronald Hurd Jr., is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Hurd would be accepting the city's offer to plead guilty to the failure to display ops with an agreement to deferred sentencing, and the city would be dismissing the stop sign violation.
And then the dismissal. Stop sign. Stop sign. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, so that, once again, I'll just double check to make sure. So this would be the misdemeanor of failed to display a valid license. And that's a 90-day misdemeanor, and or what's the fine on that?
200, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client, Mr. Hurd, of his advice of rights on the misdemeanor count?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Hurd, you understand this is punishable by 90 days in jail and or $100 and or $200. I'm going to read you through your jury trial rights on this misdemeanor case. All right, sir? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he will be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you're please accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the records or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be pleading guilty, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the 90-day misdemeanor of failing to display a valid license. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the 90-day misdemeanor of fail to display a valid license?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to October 11th, 2024 at Nonette Drive at or near Wise in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Nonette Drive in the city of Lansing on at or near Wise on October 11th, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, you were operating, this is a Jeep, you were operating a Jeep. Were you were operating this in a place open to the general public? Were you stopped by law enforcement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And at the time, did you fail to display a valid license?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your
All
Honor.
right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we will set this for deferred sentence. That's correct, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how much time are we looking for a deferred sentence?
Probably looking at a date in mid-July, Your Honor, sometime after June 30th.
All right. So I can set it for July 14th.
That sounds great.
It will set for deferred sentence for July 14th at what time on the 14th? Again? 9. Okay. All right, we'll set for July 14th at 9 a.m. Mr. Hurd, make sure Mr. Lee has any paperwork you might need for the deferred sentence so he can advance it to Mr. Staples. Anything else for the record in 24 L2903322 or 3321, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Hurd, you're all set. Thank you for your
Yes,
patience.
2 warrants, Judge.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Lee, let's go ahead and arraign this individual. Mr. Lee, let's go. So, Mr. Lee, let's go ahead and arraign. Mr. Hurd, I've got a couple warrants we need to arraign you on.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm trying to do today right now.
All right. So let's do the first arraignment is 131 and 132. So we're on the record in docket. Oh, these are. So there's been a warrant on docket 24 L2860131 and 24 L2860132. And it looks like a show cause hearing was set in front of Judge Simmons. You had an outstanding balance on one file, that's 131 of $245. You have a balance of $245. You also have a balance of $200 on the second on 24 L2860132. So that is why the warrant was issued for you. Fail to appear for show cause. And I have Judge Simmons has issued a bond on both those cases. So, so I'll indicate that. So do you understand the nature of the allegations? They're both for fail to appear, one for $245 and one for a fine of $200. So one for $245 on 24 L2860131 and one for $200 on 24 L2860132. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That was for motion affidavit and bench warrant, and the bond was set on that file by Judge Simmons for $245 cash only. On the second file, 24L28601332, bond was set by Judge Simmons at 2,010%. Mr. Lee, would you like to be heard on bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Hurd comes to the court today with the intention to pay the entire amount due. That would be $445, which would satisfy the bonds and pay the fines that are in place for his tickets.
All right, so I'm going to indicate that the bond will be quashed upon payment. And payments to be made today, right now at the window?
Yes, sir.
As soon as I walk out.
All right. So the payment for $245 to be made at the window. And then the payment for $200 to be made at the window. And that will quash both warrants. So both warrants are quashed upon payment. I don't have to tell you, sir, if you don't make the payments, then the warrants will just be out there.
Oh, no, I'm about to go pay.
Okay. All right. Anything else on either one of those? 24L2860131 or 24L2860132, Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Hurd, you're all set. I'll give those to, and they'll be waiting for you on the 6th.
Okay.
Right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could get put in a breakout room, I believe I can.
All right. I'll put you in.
Thank you, John.
Ms. Holly?
So, Mr. Harris, you're already in room 1, and I'll put Mr. Lightfoot in room 1.
Thank you, Judge.
So, Mr. Lightfoot, I'm going to put you in room 1 with your public defender. All right, sir?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't figure out how to unmute my microphone.
You should get a prompt to go to room 1.
Yep, I'm good. Now, thank you. Hello.
Mr. Staples, what case are we calling next?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Right.
Start with Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Cloud. All right, so Mr. McLeod, you can come up here. We're on the record in docket 2403-536. That is People of the City of Lansing versus Tavion McLeod. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tavion McLeod.
And sir, you are Tavion McLeod, is that correct?
Sure.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that Mr. McLeod will be accepting responsibility to an amended charge of careless driving.
That's a civil infraction. Correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
And what's the penalty on that?
$220 per the court schedule.
And Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of Mr. McLeod for the civil infraction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any restitution in the matter on the initial ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so this is for, so Mr. Lee, I'll inquire of you. This is for the conduct which occurred on December 1st, 2024 at 4:36 a.m. in the Isabel Street Lyons Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. It's my understanding that it is your wish to accept responsibility for careless driving concerning this matter. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Lee?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. That comes with a $220 fine to the city of Lansing. And it'll also come with its own Secretary of State implications, whatever it'll be reported. I think it's a point. It's like a 4-point, isn't it? Three
Yes.
points. Okay. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
Mr. McLeod will request 30 days, Your Honor.
Okay. So $220 will be paid to the city of Lansing. The city of Lansing. Within 30 days, that'll be, what's that, May or March 24th? I think that's March 24th. March 24th at 4 o'clock. All right, so you can pay online, in person, or at the counter, and make sure you pay by 30 days of today's date. I've got March 24th as that date. Anything else for the record in 2403-536, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McLeod, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. All right, let's go on. Mr. Lightfoot, we'll call your case. You can unmute. All right, so we're on the record in 25 L291641. 25 L29165542. And 25 L29165543. That is the City of Lansing versus Brandon Lightfoot. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Lightfoot, Your Honor, who's appearing via Zoom.
And sir, you are Brandon Lightfoot, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Lightfoot?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial on these matters. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Lightfoot will be pleading guilty as charged on the failure to display ops with an agreement to deferred sentencing. In exchange for that plea, the city would be dismissing the other two portions of that ticket, Your Honor.
All right, so the driving an unregistered vehicle would be dismissed pursuant to plea negotiations. And then no proof of insurance would be dismissed pursuant to plea negotiations. All right. And then that would be a plea discharge to the failed to display valid ops. Is that a correct, with the deferred sentence? Is that a correct statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harris, may I inquire of your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lightfoot, the ultimate penalty for failed to display a valid ops, 90 days and $175?
200.
200, okay. 90 days and or $200. You understand the ultimate penalty for failed to display valid ops is 90 days and or $200. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the following misdemeanor trial rights in this matter, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. Have witnesses against you appear at trial. The questioning witnesses are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order witnesses to appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the 90-day and or $200 failed to display a valid ops. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the failed to display valid ops?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to bring your attention, sir, back to January 1st, 2025 at the offense location of South Cedar on Riley in the city of Lansing, Hingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle open to the general public on South Cedar at or near Riley in the city of Lansing on January 1st, 2025?
Yes, I was.
All right. And at that time, were you stopped by law enforcement?
Yes.
And at that time, did you fail to display a valid license to law enforcement on that date?
Yes.
Anything toward the factual basis of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
Find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And then how long a deferred sentence are we looking at, Mr.? What's the time frame?
If we could get about 60 to 90 days, so we can try to attend the driver's license restoration clinic and see what his options are about getting his license back.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
When is that? When is the restoration clinic?
It's on March 11th.
So let's make it past March 11th. So March 17th.
We could.
That would barely be, I think.
You're looking for some time after that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
if we do, let's just do 90 days, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think with Secretary of State and all of that, longer is always going to be
All right, so
more
let's
realistic.
do it February 24th. So let's do it maybe June 2nd.
You can do June 9, you're out.
June 9th. All right. All right, let's do June 9th. What
9
time?
a.m.
At 9 a.m. All right. All right, we'll do June 9th at 9 a.m. for the deferred sentence. Mr. Lightford, make sure that Mr. Harris has any paperwork that he should advance to Mr. Staples, and we'll defer the sentence to June 9th at 9 a.m. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, the 2 tickets are dismissed per the plea negotiations. Anything else for the record in either one of these 3 tickets, 25L291654142 or 43, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lightfoot, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much.
Next, Your Honor, we are ready to go on Ms. Shukair.
Right, we're on the record in docket 24-03338. That is the City of Lansing versus Fatima Shakir. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Shukair, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Fatima Shakir, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
I'll defer to Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
We will be requesting a final pretrial in this case, Your Honor.
Let's do the request for a final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial being March 17th at 8:30.
Jury, we can do March 31st.
Okay. Jury trial will be March 31st at 8. So you'll get notice from my court officer right here. Final pretrial is set for March 17th at 8:30. That'll be live in person. Jury trial is set for March 31st at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24-03338, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Shokur, we'll see you here on March 17th. Thank you for your appearance. And you should get notice from my court officer.
Skip that.
Mr. Lee, I don't know.
Who is here and ready to go next?
I've got one.
And I think on, I don't know if Mr. Lee, on Ramirez Parra, I think there is a translator here. Or we know where to find one in the building.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe
so.
so.
Ma'am, you can't answer your phone in the courtroom. Feel free to answer the phone in the hallway, but you can't answer your phone in the courtroom.
She's going to. Neither of them are here. I just don't want to get skipped. Okay, all right. Wilson maybe. Sure. Okay. Darling it is then.
All right, so Leslie Darling.
No, I can't, I'd have to go down to my office to get it. I can email it to whoever needs it.
Sure, yeah, I can do that too. Well, Your Honor, we're going to email you and your staff a copy of the police report. Ms. Darling is going to be pleading no contest today, so you'll need that.
All right, if you send it to Miss Slaviak, then she'll print it out and give it to me.
Okay, I think that's going to be coming from Mr. Stevens right now.
All right, I just sent it.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00046. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Leslie Darling. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Leslie Darling.
And ma'am, you are Leslie Darling, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial today. Mr. Staples, my understanding this is going to be a no contest plea, is that correct?
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor. The no contest plea will be to an amended offer of OWI first.
That's operating while impaired.
Oh, no, intoxicated, Your Honor.
All right,
Just the 0.08.
right. So, thank you. So it's amended count. The amended count 1 of operating while intoxicated. And that is that a 93 day?
It'd be 93,500, Your Honor.
93,500. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? Lee, a no contest plea for the operating while intoxicated, 93 days under $500.
That is correct.
All right. And the reason for the no contest plea?
She has a fuzzy memory of that day.
Okay.
She does not dispute that she was over the legal limit, but some of the details of the day are
All right.
fuzzy.
So may I inquire of your client of their jury trial rights concerning no contest plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Darling, you understand you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your no contest plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the no contest plea was a result of any promises other than which to be put on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You plead no contest. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading no contest to the operating while intoxicated 93-day misdemeanor instead. Is it your wish today to plead no contest to this charge?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the representations of the city of Lansing and the public defender's office, I am using case number LPD case report number 215-190-1154. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. I'll use this as the factual basis for the no contest plea. This is for conduct which occurred on February 3rd, 2021. And it occurred in Denver Avenue on west of South Cedar Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County.
Your Honor. Not this time, Your Honor.
It appears that Ms. Starling was driving on a motor vehicle open to the general public on that date and time.
And I am, if you like me, in the general person or in the. Thank you, Your Honor.
And I have the initial indication was that the PBT was 0.18. Is there a follow-up to the regular blood alcohol amount? I just have the vials that were taken.
Yes, Your Honor, just 1 second. A MSP lab test was conducted, and the results of that test were 0.191 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
So it would appear that the defendant, Ms. Darling, was driving with a BAC of over 0.08. Is that a stipulated fact there, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is. Your
All
Honor.
right. Anything towards a factual basis for the no contest plea, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
Okay, I find the factual basis for the no contest plea to be fair and accurate, and we will set this for sentencing. I believe, has an assessment already been done in this matter?
Yes, it has.
Okay. So set for sentencing.
April 21st, 1:30.
Say it again.
April 21st.
April 21st at 8:30.
1:30.
Oh, sorry. At 1:30. All right, so we've set your sentencing date for April 21st at 8:30. I do have the assessment in as part of the file. Report to probation. They'll do a pre-sentence report. Part of it usually is the assessment. You've already done that. And then they'll set it for April 21st and we'll see what options are available to us. All right, ma'am? All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00046, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
I'll return the no contest police report. Anything else, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Darling, you probably should go to the 5th floor and just find out when to report. All right, and then they'll either interview you now or they'll set up a date up so you can report to get the report ready for me. All right, ma'am?
Okay, yes.
All right. That's all for the record in 24-00046. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Let me see.
Since you don't technically represent her on the CI, you don't have
Sure.
the actual language of that system.
Two points. Abstract.
Yes.
It's civil infraction, so if let me just double check. does not list one, so it would be the 135.
Your Honor.
And that is showing as valid now. Okay. So then it would just be, since this isn't his first time, it would be. So I think he does have insurance, correct?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah, so then it would just be certain responsibility for a impeding.
Hey, thank you. Like, I don't.
Did you hear that? It's yeah, versus CIP.
Sure.
Which case?
Raphael.
Paul Raphael. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00025. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Paul Andrew Raphael. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Paul Raphael.
And sir, you are Paul Raphael, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Raphael will be accepting responsibility for an amended charge of a breach of the peace civil infraction.
Make sure cell phones are turned off, please, or silenced.
Is that 150?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. And that's your understanding, Mr. Lee is going to be pleading, Mr. Raphael will be pleading guilty to the amended, the civil infraction. So you'll be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client for the civil infraction of breaching peace with a $150 fine. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. All right. So, so we're working from the same time period. This is for the ticket written on 255190006, which for conduct that occurred on January 3rd, 2025 at North Large Street, Erie Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Do you accept responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $150 city of Lansing fine. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
Mr. Raphael would request 90 days to make payment, Your Honor.
So give me a date, 90 days out. May 26th or 19th. Something
May
else.
26th is a holiday.
That'd be a bad date. Good date for Mr. Raphael.
Friday before.
About June 2nd. Let's do June 2nd. So $150 to the city of Lansing by June 2nd. That can be made online, in person, or live at the window, right, sir? Anything else for the record in 25-00025, Mr. Staples?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Raphael, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yeah, so we'll just do this is the failure to spend, dismiss these two. I think that's the cleanest way to do it. Okay.
Which case did you want to call?
Mr. William Dickens, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22L2748022. Oh, and that's the accompanying ticket also for file 2403421. That is City of Lansing versus William Dickens. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of William Dickens.
And sir, you are William Dickens, is that correct?
Sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that on the 24-03421 file, Mr. Dickens will be pleading guilty as charged to the OWI. The DWLS would be amended to a failure to display ops. And then the alcohol in public would be dismissed as well as the 22L2748022 file.
All right, Mr. Lee, I'll restate that. So this is a plea as charged, the operating while intoxicated. That'd be as to count one. It's a 93 days under $500. And count two, the fail to display, which is 93 days under $500.
200, Your Honor.
$200. All right, $200. The open intox in count three is to be dismissed per the plea negotiations. And the expired license in 22L2748022 is to be dismissed per plea negotiations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. May I inquire of Mr. Dickens of his misdemeanor advice of rights pursuant to the two misdemeanor counts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Dickens, you understand that the count one of operating while intoxicated carries with it a 93-day up to 93 days in jail and $500, and count two is an amended and it's the fail to display ops of 93 days and or $200. Do you understand that those are the two counts you'd be pleading guilty to?
Yes, sir.
You understand you have the following misdemeanor rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses that are brought against you. You got to turn that off, sir.
My bad. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No.
Like,
You are represented by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be pleading, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the operating while intoxicated, the 93-day misdemeanor, and count two of failing to display the 93-day misdemeanor. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to these two counts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Is that a yes, sir?
Say yes, sir. Okay.
Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to March 30th of 2024 at the offense location of South Martin Luther King. Were you operating a motor vehicle on South Martin Luther King on September 3rd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, did you find out that while you were operating, did you later find out that you had a blood alcohol over blood alcohol level of over 0.08 grams.
But that's what they said. I don't know, because I didn't
Okay.
see it all.
But did you learn that? Did you learn that after the fact?
That's what they said.
Okay.
I don't know. They took me down to the hospital and gave me a.
All right. Do we have a blood? What was the blood alcohol level?
0.091.
Okay. All right. And this all happened in the city of Lansing, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis on count one, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. In count two, it is alleged that at the time you were stopped, you failed to display a valid license. Did you have a valid license on your person on that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis concerning count two, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made as to count one and count two. Count three and the ticket, the expired license ticket, are dismissed per sentencing on counts one and two. So let's refer to probation. And we'll set sentencing for March.
April
Oh,
21st.
April 21st at 9:30 or 1:30?
1:30.
Okay. 1:30. All right, so we'll set sentencing on April 21st at 1:30. You're to go down to probation on the 5th floor. What they're going to do is they'll make a report for me, and we'll see what options are available to us on April 21st at 1:30. So if you go down to the 5th floor, they'll either see you now or they'll set up an appointment to see you. Okay.
Oh, so go to the 5th floor?
Yeah, I would go to the 5th floor right now.
Uh-huh.
Just find out when they want you to come in.
Okay.
All right, and then
So
they'll
I just, what cubicle I go to?
just go all the way to the right side. The
The
probation
probation?
department's on that
Okay, I
side.
got you.
So if you go down one floor and just find out when the meeting is.
What's
When-
what, 5?
5th floor, yeah,
Okay.
one floor down.
All right.
And we'll set it for April 21st at 1:30. We'll see what options are available to us. And then anything else on the record in 24-03-421, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Dickens, I'll see you on April 21st at sentencing. But you should go see probation, all right?
Okay, just go up there right now and then set me up.
Yeah, one floor down, go all the way to your right.
Okay, cool. All right, appreciate you.
All right,
Thank you.
thank
Mr. Lee. Yeah. Good looking out, bro. All right, I'm gone.
I am prepared to proceed on Hera Ramirez, but I need Carlos to translate.
Yeah, so let's see if Carlos is available.
I'm ready when you are.
And then, so Carlos is coming up. Do we have anything to go in the meantime?
Your Honor, we're ready on Mr. Ndabwa and Burnett.
All right, let's go on Mr. Wandabwa.
Miss Ndabwa.
This one. Is Iana Wandabwa. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00478. That is the city of Lansing versus Tana Wandaba. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Miss Wandabwa, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you are Tana Wandabwa, is that correct? Right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I'll defer to Mr. Harris, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
The city has made an offer on this case that if Miss Wandabwa is able to pay for the nails, it would be reduced to a breach of the peace civil infraction. We would be requesting to have this set for a final pretrial to give her time to make that payment on the nails. If we could get about 30 to 60 days out, as she's indicated, she needs a bit of time to get that money together, Your Honor.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples, pursuant to the offer that's been placed on the record?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set for final pretrial 6 weeks out.
6 weeks.
Yeah, let's go 6 weeks.
Your Honor, my client was asking if she could have just a bit longer than 6 weeks.
So 6 weeks is a long time, but
Well, you're gonna be gone, Judge, at that time, so April 21st.
yeah. So I think I'm getting a new knee around then, and so let's set it for April 21st, right?
That's your first
Yeah,
year.
that's my first day back. So April, we'll set for April 21st.
Almost 2 months. So 60 days.
At 8:30.
April 21st at 8:30. So we're right around 6 weeks. I think maybe a little bit more. Yeah.
I don't know what her bond looks like. If she, I mean.
All right. So we will set for April 21st date at 8:30. You should have a notice from my court officer, and we'll see on that date. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all for the record in 2400478.
Make sure you get receipts.
Not the address. You have to go to- So you got the nails from. So you need, that's what you do. You have to be mailing it to them with the money order and make sure you keep the receipt on.
Probably pay over the phone with a card or
Or
something.
maybe pay over the phone.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Carlos, you can come up here. And is there Ramirez? And Mr. Lee, is that your case? Carlos, that's right there, so. All right, Carlos, please state your first name and last name for the record.
First name Carlos, last name Hernandez.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communication? So if you got under the penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right. So just once again, just let me know if I'm getting a little fast.
I got you.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00023. That is people, of the city of Lansing versus Pada Ramirez. Actually, it's Neftali Pada Ramirez. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Neftali Ramirez Para.
And is you are Neftali Ramirez Para, is that correct, sir? Thank you. All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ramirez Parda paid tickets that he owed here at 54A. He was under the impression that that was the entirety of what he owed, but he says when he checked in with Secretary of State, they indicated that there was some other outstanding fine. He is not sure where, but intends to follow up with the Secretary of State and find out what that is so he can get everything paid off. He would like to get his license reinstated and therefore is requesting an adjournment to give him time to follow back up with the Secretary of State to find out what remains to be paid.
All right, and so this is still a misdemeanor. It's a no ops misdemeanor. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So he still has a misdemeanor, outstanding misdemeanor, and then the disobeyed traffic control device on the same ticket. Is that still outstanding also, Mr. Staples?
I don't know, Your Honor. It's not on the docket. I would imagine that's been defaulted.
Okay. And that might be a part of the fines, I think. All right. Do you have any objection to the adjournment in this matter? But how far, what are we looking at for adjournment purposes?
I think 30 days would be sufficient.
All right. Any objection to adjourning the pretrial for 30 days, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
March 31st. 9:30.
31st at 9:30. All right, so we'll adjourn this pre-trial for compliance for March 31st at 9:30. And at that time, we'll revisit the issues in the case. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00323, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Mr. Potter Ramirez, we'll see you on March 31st at 9:30. All right, sir? Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos, thank you for your help today.
Yes, no problem, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Harris, who is next?
Now ready on Mr. Burnett, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burnett. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03465, 24-03487, and then the accompanying ticket of 24L2911633. That is People of the City of Lansing versus Christopher Burnett. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender here on behalf of Mr. Burnett, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Christopher Burnett, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pre-trial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Burnett has been able to get his license and has gotten insurance. And so the city would be moving to amend the 3465 file to impeding traffic and then dismissing the balance.
That is our understanding as well, Your Honor. My client wishes to accept the offer.
All right. So it's an impeding traffic. And what's the fine on that?
135, Your Honor.
Thank you. 135. And with an admission of responsibility, and Mr. Harris, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then 24-03487 is dismissed per negotiations. And then the accompanying ticket is also dismissed per negotiations. Is that your understanding, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there'll be an acceptance of a responsibility to all right. I think I wrote on the wrong one. So this is on 24-03465. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
Yes.
So we'd be dismissing the other ticket on that, which is no proof. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Harris, I'll be addressing, let me make sure we're working from the same documents. So this is for conduct which occurred on November 20th, 2024 at the offense location of Miller Southbrook in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. It is alleged on that date that Mr. Burnett or your client was responsible for impeding traffic, which comes with a $135 fine. Do you take responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And does your client need some time to make that $135 payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor. He's requested 30 days to get that paid.
So the court will grant the 30 days to make the $135 to the city of Lansing. And that would be set for March 31st, I think. All right. So March 31st to the city of Lansing for the $135. And then the remainder of the ticket, which is no proof of insurance, 24L2905262, no insurance under 24L2911633, and the driving unlicensed 240347 are dismissed for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record on any part of this docket, these two files, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burnett, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day. Thank you.
Seems like it was maybe an honest.
First appearance, you can do failure or impeding, that's fine.
That Miss Link or Miss
Link,
Thibodeau?
yes, Your Honor.
Which one is it?
Link.
Hope Link.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25L2914851 and 852. That is the city of Lansing versus Hope Link. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Link. I would request Ms. Link be given permission to be seated. She indicated she was feeling a bit dizzy. Your Honor.
All right, that's of course granted. Ma'am, you are Hope Link, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Link does have a valid license. So the city would be moving to dismiss the failure to display ops and then amending the civil infraction to an impeding traffic.
That is our understanding as well, Your Honor, and Ms. Link wishes to take advantage of that offer.
Impeding traffic. And that's a $135 fine?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Harris, you'll be taking responsibility or admitting responsibility on behalf of your client for the breach impeding traffic.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we're working from the same ticket. This is for conduct that occurred on January 8th, 2025. on Jolly and Waiver in the city of Lansing, and you accept responsibility in the city of Lansing for your client impeding traffic on that date and time. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And does your client need some time to make that $135 payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor. Given her limited resources and fixed income, she'd be requesting 60 days to get that paid.
So April 28th. Is that around? Right. Right. So we'll go April 28th for 60 days to be paid to the city of Lansing. All right, and then the other ticket will be dismissed pursuant to plea negotiations and compliance. Anything else for the record in docket 25 L2914851 or the accompanying 25 L2914852, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Link, you have till April 28th to make that $135 payment that can be paid in person, online, or by phone. All right, ma'am? You should be all set. Thank you for your.
Thank you. You too.
Get that for you.
Amended. No shows.
I believe so, Your Honor. Unless
I'm not-
there's anyone on Zoom.
I don't see anybody on Zoom. Let's start calling, and we've got some show causes too, but so Amy Shenny was the first one. And then Mr. Harris or Mr. Lee, you can stand in for. So we're on the record in docket 1503824. That is the city of Lansing versus Amy Shenny. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Amy Cheney.
Right. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. It was set for 8:30. It is now 11:28. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the final pretrial. We adjourned this on December 10th. And then on January 6th, it was set for pretrial and adjourned. Then it was adjourned on February 24th because the defendant was sitting with a dying relative. And we reset it for today's date. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Ms. Cheney?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Staples, how did you want to proceed today? I don't know what the underlying charge is.
It is drove unlicensed.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is a 2015 case. My understanding is there's been several failures to appear, not excused by the perhaps emergency situations. So the people would ask for a bench warrant to be issued.
Yes, Mr. Lee, I have at least two failed to appears. Mr. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor. We have called and emailed the client. We don't know why she is not here today.
Okay, the court will issue for the non-appearance of defendant a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. And that would be the third one that I can see. Anything else for the record in docket 1503824, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee. All right. That's all on that file. And then I have a Morelos Santiago. So we're on the record in docket 2401400. That is the city of Lansing versus Sean Morelos Santiago. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Shawnee Morales Santiago.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter, Shawnee Morales Santiago. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 11:30. And it would appear at this time the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Levy, had the opportunity to contact heard any contact from Mr. Morales Santiago?
We have voicemailed and emailed, but we have not had a response yet.
All right. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that this is the first failure to appear, at least in front of this court, and so we would ask for a 48-hour hold on the bench warrant.
Okay. Any comment, Mr. Lee?
We concur.
Okay. I'll issue, for the fail to appear today, I'll issue a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. And that's all for the record in 24-01400. Then we have Mr. Wilson. So we're on the record in docket 25-00235. That is City of Lansing versus Christopher Wilson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Christopher Wilson.
And this is a City of Lansing pretrial. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 11:32. It would appear that defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial conference. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact from Mr. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, we have attempted to contact Mr. Wilson to no avail. I'm checking the Ingham County list. I don't see him listed as being.
I don't see him. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I do not see any prior failures to appear, at least on this file, so I believe a 48-hour hold would be appropriate.
Court will issue for non-appearance of defendant a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. I'll reiterate that, and for the other cases also, I've checked, there's nobody in the Zoom courtroom, there's nobody in the physical courtroom, and there's nobody in the hallway right now.
He also has about 5 warrants.
So Mr. Wilson has some other warrants, so I will grant the bench warrant with the 48-hour hold, but he's probably got other warrants holding him. Okay, anything else for the record in 25-00235, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record in that file. Then we have Ms. Thibodeau or Perkins is the second. So Thibodeau.
I believe that's the last one, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-1756 and 24-01776. That is the City of Lansing versus Kaylee Thibodeau. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kaylee Thibodeau.
This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. It was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:34. I do not see a Kaylee Thibodeau in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Ms. Thibodeau?
No, Your Honor, we have attempted to call, we have attempted to mail, but our mail was returned via that address, so we have not been able to establish contact.
All right, I do have a previous fail to appear on this, on at least one of these files, not both of them, but I do have one file in which a 48-hour was placed on, a hold was placed for fail to appear. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Given the prior failure to appear, the city would ask that this just be put straight through to bench warrant, Your Honor.
Any comment, Mr. Lee?
No comment, Your Honor.
All right, the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture on both of these files. for the previous fail to appear. That's all for the record in those two files. And I think that's cases. I've got some show causes, but I think, are you gonna be around for the 1:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you have any indication if that will be opposed? Testing, okay.
I don't have PSI on Mag, but then again, maybe she didn't sit for PSI.
Okay, so I'll check. If I have it, I'll send it over.
Some show causes, and thank you for your assistance today.
Thank you, Your Honor. See you this
See you
afternoon.
this afternoon. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00258. That is City of Lansing versus Troy Ashley. This is the time set for a show cause. Was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:36. This is a show cause hearing. I have a debt of $75. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Yeah. That was to Judge Ward. Let's set this. So that failed to appear at show cause. I do not see a Troy Ashley in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. There's nobody answered by that name in the hallway. And therefore I will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in 24-00258. And then we'll go on. We'll call to the record 24-02793. That is City of Lansing versus Jarrell Jones. This is time set for show cause. What's the balance of this one? I can't read.
1545.
1545. This was set for show cause on an outstanding balance of $15.45. Is that $15?
Mm-hmm. It's restitution, so it's not.
Oh, can't, yeah. So the restitution is out for $15.45. We'll issue it. I do not see, this was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:38. And the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the lack of restitution for $15.45. That's all for the record in 24-02793. We go on PG 24012265. And that is people in the City of Lansing versus Tashari Robinson. This is time set for a show cause. It's scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:39. I've not seen a Ms. Robinson in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. This is for an outstanding balance to the City of Lansing for $192. And the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the fail to appear. I do not see Ms. Robinson in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. So that's all for the record on that ticket. And we're on the record in docket 20 TU 2302558. That is the City of Lansing versus Anisha Thomas. This time set for a show cause. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:40. This is for an outstanding balance of $102. It would appear that Ms. Thomas has failed to appear for show cause, as there's nobody by that name in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. And that's all for the record in docket TU 230-25598. And then we're on the record in docket 2401962. That is show cause hearing for Donovan C. Woods, scheduled for 11 o'clock. Is now 11:41. This is for an outstanding balance of $325 to the city of Lansing.
What's
it?
It's a state of Michigan, please.
Oh, it's just people, it's state of Michigan.
Mhm.
There's no Donovan Woods in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. And so it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for their show cause. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are ordered. And that's all for the record in docket 2401962. On the My tablet, can you identify yourself? You'll have to unmute on the My tablet.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
What's your name?
Troy Ashley.
All right, Mr. Ashley, I think we just issued a bench warrant for your arrest, but
I was having problems figuring out the Zoom.
Let's see if I signed it. Nope, I didn't. Was in my pile. All right. So Mr. Ashley, we set this for show cause for a, let's see, a fail to pay. Is it $75? Is that what we have?
Yes.
So this is the show. A bench warrant was issued for you, or about to be issued for you, for your fail to pay $75 to the city of Lansing. You want to remedy that?
Yeah, can I just set up a payment plan or something, or how do we do that? Yeah,
let's set up a payment plan. I'm going to indicate that defendant showed, so we'll quash the bench warrant.
I'm sorry about that. I was trying to download the Zoom and I didn't have very good Wi-Fi and stuff, but I apologize.
Most important part, Mr. Ashley, is you're here. Okay. So we'll set this, how about I'll set this for $25 to be paid on March 1st,
Okay.
and then $25 to be paid on April 1st. And then $25 to be paid on May 1st. And then your debt will be all cleared up.
Okay. Thank you.
So so March 1st will be the first payment, but then April 25, May 1st, $25, and you should be all set. And that will keep you out of the bench warrant cycle.
Where do I go to make the payment at?
You can pay it online, in person, or on the 6th floor of City Hall. So you can pay online or by phone or on the 6th floor of City Hall. Probably easiest to pay right here in person.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
So we've set up that plan. The bench warrant has been quashed.
Awesome.
And you should be all set, Mr. Ashley.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank God it wasn't anything else.
I'm trying to think off. I can't figure out this Zoom, dude.
Here,
Hold on. The hell? It's still going.
We're on the record in docket 22-00924. That's people of the city of Lansing versus Charm Perkins. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee for Charm LeMay Perkins.
Ma'am, you are Charm LeMay Perkins, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probation violation hearing. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the defendant will be admitting to the violation.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm working with violations from January 24th that were indicated by Ms. Bayless. Is that the correct? There's also violations from September 13th, but the most updated ones are January 24th. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Looking.
I have January 24th.
It actually says no, I'm sorry, that's the date of the thing. I don't know if that's the date. Let me check the date.
These were filed on January 24th. I have them filed on October 22nd.
October of this year.
She already pled to those? It's just the January?
Yes, this is the January.
All right, perfect.
That's correct.
Ms. Perkins, you understand you have a right to a hearing in this matter. You're represented by counsel John Lee, who is here, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It's my understanding, or people of the city of Lansing, it's my understanding it is your wish today to plead responsible to the violations of a technical probation, of technical violation of probation, and then there's one allegation of a non-technical violation of probation. Is that correct? All right. All right. So as to the allegation that you failed to pay fines and costs as directed per the outstanding balance of $937, do you admit to failing to pay fines and costs, which would be a technical violation of probation? Okay, that's violation 6, but that doesn't mean that's just to show us which it is. That doesn't tell us there's not 6 violations. That's just how they numbered them. So violation failed to pay is admitted. And violation 14, failed to submit to random tests per AberHealth, failed to test on December 8th, 2022, December 30th, 2022, and January 16th, 2023. Do you admit that you violated your probation by failing to submit to random tests on those 3 days? Okay. Also, it's alleged that you failed to attend and provide proof of a 12-step program. Did you fail to provide proof of a 12-step program, which would be in technical probation violation of your probation? Do you admit to that, ma'am?
Yes, but I was unaware of that program. I was just aware of the other program that I attended.
All right, but did you ever provide any type of proof of any program?
Yeah, the other program that I completed, yes, I provided.
She's talking about the victim impact.
You're right. All right, and then did you fail to report to the probation officer monthly, failed to report for the month of November, December, and January of 2020, of 2022 and 2023?
I'm not sure when Mario left, but I don't know if it was between those months, but once I got a message from, I wrote him through like the little system that you write through. And once I wrote him, I received a message that said that he was no longer my PO anymore, but I did not take the time to call.
When was that message, ma'am?
I don't remember. It's so long ago.
It was more than a year ago?
Yes.
Okay.
It was around those
And have you had
months.
any contact with the 54A probation since then?
Not after he wrote me that.
So I'm going to indicate that the defendant has pled to no contact with 54 probation after Mario Ledesma left.
That's correct.
All right, so I find that the defendant has admitted to the 3 allegations that are contained in the warrant request to summons for probation violation, and as far as a technical probation, and then the 1 non-technical probation, a failed to report to the probation officer after Mario Ledesma left. That would be almost 2 years ago, I would think.
We think approximately October of 2022.
All right. All right, so I find the defendant has violated probation, allocution, Mr. Lee, and then I will ask Mr. Staples.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would ask the court to consider that Ms. Perkins has essentially been on her own probation. She has a 2-year-old child. So for the last 2 years, she's literally been caring for an infant. She has been working. She's been employed at Sunshine Early Childhood Center. One of her children, specifically the 2-year-old, does require special care because of a cerebral palsy diagnosis. In regard to the probation itself, it seems that there was some confusion around the time that Mr. Ledesma left. There was no violations prior to his leaving, but upon his departure, it seems that some things fell through the cracks. For example, testing. Client indicates that she was not notified of testing after Mario left. She was not clear as to what the expectations were in regard to the 12-step program and or reporting even after Mr. Ledesma left. We have talked, and Ms. Perkins understands that she had a responsibility to follow up with the probation department and find out more as probation did not end. And she was aware of that, but it contributed to this lack of clear expectations and notice as to where and when she should be reporting and what she should be doing. She does intend to pay whatever she owes and would like to be put on some sort of a payment plan. She does qualify as indigent, as evidenced by her appointment of a court-appointed attorney. She did pick up 2 new cases. However, the one's a driving while license suspended case, and the other one is one we anticipate will be dismissed at the earliest possible date. So we don't believe that she has been reckless and or any sort of a threat to herself or society. In fact, she's been quite busy as a mother with a young child who has special needs. She did, in fact, complete the victim impact panel, and up until Mr. Ledesma's departure was compliant with probation. We would ask the court to consider time served on her behalf.
All right, thank you. Mr. Staples, response from the city.
Your Honor, I think the city at this point would leave it in the discretion of the court.
Thank you. Ms. Perkins, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Yes, I would just like to say that thank you for being here today and doing this case. And I hope that it's in my favor to go home for my kids because he needs all the care that he can get. And if I'm not there, then he will no longer have it.
All right, thank you. Well, the probation didn't work out in this scenario. That's obvious to me. So we were going to unsuccessfully terminate probation. Terminate probation. I'm going to refer the current balance to collections. I have a balance of $937.68. There might be more to that, but that's what I have as of January 24th. So that's referred to collections. I wish we could have done more for you, Ms. Perkins. but some of it is that you've spent some time not present. Okay, I have that you were initially requested 30-day adjournment. You were sentenced on the OUIL impaired. You were arraigned on October 4th on probation violations out of that. You pled guilty out of that. Then we had a cancel of the scram. You were failed to appear for appearance of probation violation for bench one and bond forfeiture. That was on those allegations. You indicated on February 10th that you weren't aware that you received any notice concerning that. So we remanded you for this. You have 14 days credit. I wish we could have done more for you, but we can't. So I'm going to sentence you to a term of sentence, a term of jail. The recommendation was the remaining balance, which seems pretty stiff, but we've been working on this for quite some time. But I do think that the remaining balance, so I'm going to indicate that the sentence is 60 days in the Ingham County Jail with credit for 14 days served.
Is there any chance I could do weekends so that he can still get his equipment?
No, you've run out of any type of time here, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I was pregnant the whole entire rest of the time.
Right. So you can go with Miss Slabiak. She'll take you back down and you can serve your remaining time. Thank you for your appearance today. I think that's the only case we have on the afternoon docket. So Mr. Staples, Mr. Lee, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Judge Flores. We appreciate your time too, sir.
Jeez, there's a lot going on there.